Namaskar, good morning, Suraj Singh, Inpi India, C Engineer India, Civil Engineer, Chartered Engineer. This is 18th May 18, 2020, speaking from Faridabad, NCR, Bharat, Haryana, Bharat, India. As usual, daily routine talk in connection with current affairs and, and management, quality, construction, contracts, and hope continues smoothly. In this regard, as life is moving in a different direction, world life, changing minds of countries, changing attitudes, and changing actions by people. World is changing in conduct and behavior all around, changing everywhere. Lifestyle is changing, people are changing, thoughts are changing, economic levels are changing, conducts toward each other are changing. Unfortunately, it is conducts toward each other are changing in this scenario where everybody should think for each other, but some are being ignored and some are being extended additional value over value. It's happening all around the world like this. COVID-19 SARS-2 COVID-19 has come as hammer on world head. It has come as it will forge us, it will beat us, it will teach us, and it is teaching. If someone who could change world's lifestyle, none else other than COVID-19, SARS-2, COVID-19, so-called virus, has been an exclusive power other than God in this world to change it, to impact it, to hammer it, to force it. It has been successful in forcing everyone to adopt to what it mandates. It's not known, its origin is not known, its domicile is not known, but it exists everywhere without taking any permission or visa. This is so powerful. It does not need any visa, it does not need any passport, and it can go to every point on world map curve, up to any point. No one can stop it. Such a powerful soul has come to earth. Such a powerful soul that holds whole world to stand still on time, and still world is upheld, whole held. Yet people are trying to move either this direction or to that direction, just because they want to move, not because they want to do something else. Again, I say, it's only few months that this has come. We have to see it for many years, because such a powerful entity cannot go back in few months or few weeks. Otherwise, it would not have come if I had to go back. It has taken its position all over the world in such a way that you cannot remove it. You can do anything, you can't remove it. You may say, we are going to defeat it. You may say, we are going to fight with it. You may say whatever you say for your consolence, for your inner peace. You may say anything, whatever you want to say. But facts speak something else. Facts speak something else. And it is a reality that has to be accepted and not an imagination, not a poem, not a tense story. Only facts, facts, and facts. It may be USA, it may be Bharat, or it may be Japan, it may be Philippines, it may be China, it may be Gulf countries, it may be Libya, it may be Lebanon, it may be Egypt, it may be Africa, it may be Brazil, it may be Europe, whole Europe, it may be UK. Tell me name and you find it there. Think any country, think whatever country, you find it there. For this, all humanity on earth is one, not not distributed in black or white or in English or Hindi. No, no, no. It's a lesson that you are human, conduct as human. It's a lesson that learn something, treat each other with good conscience. But no, we don't. Because we believe in powerful. We want to be friends with those who have powers. We don't want to have friendship with those who are not having powers. This is our weakness. What is power? No power, nothing power. Our power lies in souls, not in power, not in earth. Earth is honor of earth. God is honor of earth. I'm not honor of earth. You are not honor of earth. A surprising statement. I just got a news from US and WHO. I think US people. Some US person, top. I don't exactly remember the name, secretary or someone. Why says because Americans are not very healthy or they are not healthy. That's why so many cases, so many infections, and so many deaths have resulted because they are not healthy. If Americans are not healthy, who are healthy? It's a question. But I agree at one point. If you compare Americans to our industrial workers in Bharat, India, certainly our workers are healthy indeed. Nobody can deny that. I'm very much concerned about about half population of this country who contribute their hard work, who contribute their hard work into industrial development of our country. No one can deny this fact. Only a mindless person can say that no, this is not true. But we don't realize that fact. Despite knowing this fact, we deny this fact. Virtually, we deny this fact. This is not commendable. This is self-defeat if we deny this fact. We want to hide something if we deny this fact. Unfortunate it is. You must accept what is fact if you want to live peacefully. Because facts are not in your control. Only hypothecation is in your control. You can think something, imagine something, that's in your control. But what is life? What is reality in life? It's not in my control. If I want to go to depth of sea, I can't control myself. I can't go. If I want to touch sky, I can't. Because that's beyond my control. Here, my purpose is about our industry. First of all, I stop calling them Mazdoor or labor. They are neither Mazdoor, they are not labor. This is taunting word for them, disrespecting word for them. They are our partners, equal partners. They are our family members, and they are around half of population. We cannot ignore them, but unfortunately, they are ignored. I read an article in China News. This is the SCP, South China International. That writer has written that our nation, Bharat, has taken this part of our, this section of our people as just, D-U-S-T, dust. Yes, that's a fact. In fact, whoever written that, that right, that author is author deserves commendation because it's not just actually. We have not even considered anything. We just considered them. We did not consider the human being. Human being, they are not because they are poor. They are hardworking, and people consider them illiterate or uneducated. It's unfortunate that we people in this country don't respect jobs. We don't respect duties, acts, how job is done. We can live in houses built by them. We can use structures produced by them. We can use their hard work, but we can't understand them. We can't give them something when it's important, it's very much required to give them something. That time we track back, we come back. Oh, no, 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 don't even government can issue unofficial instructions to television channels, avoid this type of news. And television channels are that sincere and faithful to government that they don't care for these people, they care for government instruction. It's really unfortunate. If this type of acts continue, you can't get rid of Corona. That's impossible. Because Corona has come to teach people what life is. And if we do not understand this, we keep ourselves in divided world of horror, like religion-based division or section-based division, class-based divisions, or money or house-based decisions. Then you think we are not intellectual society. We are a society that's illiterate, that does not respect God. Because you want to respect God, you have to respect humanity, and particularly those who are good, who are hardworking, who may not worship but they respect God, they work for this earth. So they are better than me and you. In fact, government may deny anything. Who bothers? Nobody bothers. Facts cannot be concealed. Those who conceal facts actually they open facts more than what should be open. You think by your concealment of news you can stop it, then you are wrong. You cannot stop it. Don't forget that development is because of these people. If these people do not work in this country, then you cannot work in this country. That's also true. I am astonished, believe me. I was astonished by conduct of people, what people think is unfortunate. What ministers think is also unfortunate. They just want to they just want to advertise what they are doing and nothing else. Nothing else. We have more than 12,000 trains in this country. These trains are standstill. These are not being used. It's in one day that these industrial workers can be shifted in one day. It's not a big issue, but it has been made a big issue because they are poor. They can't speak, they can't write, and we people in this country, particularly those who don't respect humanity, who don't respect what is poor, those people, I'm not blaming all, certain few percentage of people who in fact are so big in their mind, so big in their mind that they are everything. That class of people are a burden on this nation, including leadership. They are weight on our country. They cannot solve this simple problem. I don't think that person is right even for 1 hour to stay in power. If you cannot solve this simple problem, such a big country, such a big no. First, you can say first or second network of railway, and we cannot solve this problem. God shall not come to solve this problem for you. Such a simple problem has been so complicated that people have lost their lives in accidents, otherwise else. 24 died, 16 died, so many died. Now, who is responsible for their deaths? No institution speaks in this country. Engineering, engineering fraternity seems as if it has gone dead, has gone mad. They are silent. It is this fraternity who exists because of these people. Otherwise, no use of this fraternity. If there is no industrial work, there is no, you can say, construction work or some other work where these people are required. Engineers are always with them, and they are always for engineers. This is direct relation, working relation of whatever class of engineer and whatever class of these workers. These people are indispensable, and if you dispense them, then you dispense yourself. Engineer is considered number one intellectual in every country, like doctors are. Number one intellectual engineer has lost his intellect, locked it, and waiting for some miracle to happen. How miracles should happen, engineer doesn't know. Millions of engineers in this country who run factories, who run industries, and who run construction sector. They run all this, not because of themselves. They don't run this because of themselves. None at all. They use these resources, human resources, machine resources, equipment resources, material resources. Only then they can do something. Out of these resources, if just taken priority, which one is most important? This one. You think machine? You think material? Or you think human resources? Which one is most important? Certainly, machine is operated by workers. So, machine is second priority, worker is first priority. Similarly, material is dead until it is held, it is used. So, material cannot work on its own. This means here also, human resource way. Human resource. I call it workforce, work army. If work army stops, there is no meaning of engineer. There is no meaning of industrialist. If this army, this working army stops working, then nation stops working. This point everybody knows, but doesn't want to speak because of what I don't know. I not seen on social websites, social forums, 1 or 2 or 3 engineers even, 4 engineers even, 5 engineers even, to write something in support of these people, so that their voice be heard. But no, I don't know. In this country, people can't speak against injustice caused to everyone. Yes, if injustice caused against them, they may go to strike, they may stop work, but this is bigger injustice caused to humanity. Nobody speaks. Politicians issue certain directives, certain ordinances, and after a few days when it's criticized, they take back, they withdraw. Can you work for 16 hours a day regularly? Can you? If I ask someone, work for 16 hours or 12 hours every day, don't take any rest, can you do? So why don't you understand this point? When it's completely boiling and shooting, that these workers may not be expert. The question is not expertise there. Question is of dependency. If you want to see regard of these people, you go to 1981, 82, 83. I was in Iraq those sometimes, and we had workers, company workers. So sometimes some workers used to skip. Usually it happens because of some sickness, something. I'm not coming today. I'm not coming. For 2 days, say that person doesn't come. What can you do? Okay, he's sick. But what happens unofficially? That person goes to some Iraqi house, a village where some repair or some work is going on or goes on, and this person is happy to go there because first of all that owner comes with his vehicle and takes this person and then he walks there 8 hours or whatever number of hours and he's paid very good amount. Also he's given food, he's given chicken, all that what people think should be given. Those people respect because they don't have such power with them. I used to get I have one site in Libya long back in 83, construction of diesel power station there. This company was Libyan joint venture with government of India. It's a joint venture, a collaboration between two countries. So I was in charge of that project, and it was in remote area, army base area, and public was not there. So I had to stay there in site accommodations. Our people were from this country, our country, Sikhs and others, and there was no entertainment in those days. But it was a very dangerous area. Even snakes used to come to your home, your residences inside. So many Indians had left that place because they didn't like to stay in that area. I stayed there, no problem. I stay. What's the difference if I stay in Tripoli or I stay in Sirte town or not town, Sirte that area? So I said no problem. Ultimately, I have to live here. No, no, it's also there. We used to work daily and even at night. That was the vice chairman of the company. This company was living somewhere around in vicinity of their site. He sometimes used to come see our works, although he was not directly related to this one. But he used to come to see and help us. Means one time I should have said in those that there's no entertainment of film. In those VCR was very common. This VCR or VCP, what they call it. I told them my people are very upset. They said no, no film. What he didn't ask me anything. He just one day came, discussed, come sir, take this VCR. This is VCR here. I put here. Call people. I let them see film. There's nothing to that. Just told me nothing about a higher than VCR from Martin Brown on cassettes and stuff. Call people. Let them film. Let them see movie. About three films, three cassettes, and so there's a Thursday and Friday, Thursday night and Friday. We'll go enjoy. I also watched one film of that time. So means people are so concerned about others. Means they understand value of workers. I saw chairman of the company was there, so some truck there just standing there, and no one was there, so he used to take rope and tie up to himself. Chairman of this company, which here is concerned, I also officer. Those people respected because they were short of human force, workforce. I am trying to refer to you that if you have abundance of something, you don't value that. In our country, there's abundance of population, so we don't value population. There's abundance of educated people, so we don't value abundance. Education is not easy, it takes time. You have to work a lot to learn. Learning is always very difficult. It takes time. Destruction can be done in one moment. So we people do not respect. Still you forget one point that if you don't have these people with you, in these houses you are living, you can't live. In these bungalows, these rich people are living, they can't live. All these ministers enjoying life, they can't enjoy. Our industrials become billionaires, they can't become billionaires. Our lower classes are rising to middle classes, but they can't rise. They are rising because of these people. It is direct or indirect. You can't otherwise. This point we never realize because we can't think. You know our problem. There's only one problem in our country. Do you know the problem? We don't think. Simple. Hardly 1% people think in this country. Yes, you are having very big certificates. PhD certificates you are having, you are having fellowship certificates you are having. You are having all. But our deficiency is we can't think. We can't initiate anything. Exceptions are there. Abdul Kalam was one. So exception is always there. But in general, we are a society of what? That's it. We are a sleeping society. A society which is that luxurious. They've got enough time to sleep. What else you want? You like to sleep, sleep. All right. But then don't say that what's happening in the US and what's happening in Japan and what's happening in Germany. They are doing a lot in technology. Yes, they may be. They may be. But you are not doing anything. You want at every step a teacher with you, every step. Even after passing PhD, you cannot do anything on your own. You cannot think on your own. You always want a consultant with you because you lack confidence. You got education, but you did not build your confidence. Confidence building is very significant point. Confidence building, which is not easy, which is difficult, but it comes by practice. By practice, by practice, by repetition of works, by repetition of same thing, by thinking, by surveying, by application, and by that only. We never understand this. This is our beauty. Why I'm explaining? Because of these struggling, aggrieved society people. Every day we find about crores and crores of this population of industrial workers throughout our land, moving this way, that way, to and fro, from there to there. So how we decaying and losing lives. No government management, no state management to help them. A country that has 12,000 railways, trains, they cannot help these people. Money is everything for them. Humanity is nothing. After all, these trains are not working. This staff is not working. What if 2 days, 3 days they work in lockdown? They are after all our people. These workers, this industrial powerful resource is ours. And if we do not take care of these people, who shall take their care? First of all, they are not academically educated. Why work educated? And moreover, they are innocent in the sense they work hard. If you don't help, if their company hours didn't help, if Prime Minister doesn't help, these people have been left to die. Shame on the public of this country. Shame to me and shame to you. And top shame is to those professionals who use them. Use them all day, and when it's required to speak for them, they don't speak. This is first time I've seen. This kind of conduct, this kind of character among ourselves is very disappointing. Very disappointing. Engineers, they call themselves change agent. You know that? Engineers are considered agents of change. Change what? What is change? You can change only when you are powerful. You have opportunity to change. You have what to do. You have to think on that. Only then you can do something. What did we think about these people who are coming out their residences, walking on roads to reach their respective destinations? What do you think for them? Unfortunately, we are not thinking of them. Really, I feel something. I I know value of these people. Only they are required to be used. You should know how to use them. You use them, you treat them, ignore them. You don't want to pay them. Neither government wants to pay them, nor others want to pay them. What is purpose of government then? Does this power does the power have a right to be called a government? What purpose they have? Every day there's problem on road because of these people. That's this only because you did not solve problem. So you have to face this problem. I don't want to talk much with this because I'm very upset with all politicians, certainly government politicians, and with my fraternity, engineering community. I'm very upset to an extent this workers issue is concerned. Don't forget that we are also workers. Every engineer is a worker. Every equal to engineer is a worker. You have to work only then you can do something. And these people work for you. So you should respect them. Whatever government says, forget that. Governments always lies. This is very true. Government lies to cover their respect only, not to help you. This is a very important point, believe me. I come to the next one. Yeah, before this I go, Mr. Shahid Aslam, good morning. This is now. Before going to management, I understand that we have to take care of ourselves, even though lockdown or no lockdown doesn't make a difference. Now it has not done its job, which I expected to do, because thorough information still does not exist. But it is known that our organs like nose, like mouth, like eyes, head, etc., are prone to this infection. That's true. It was not realized before now. Even airborne is also a part. The airborne is a risky one, though it's not free today. That yes, used to say 2 3 weeks back that oh it's not airborne, but now it's partly airborne also. It's not only airborne; it also enters through eyes. One doctor was affected, is infected in Egypt, I think. Yes, 2 days back. So that dies now and eyes operation. So you cannot say that you just if you use a mask or if you have to be very careful. And I read news that once if you talk in high pitch, if you talk in high pitch, then it also releases high pitching, releases droplets from your mouth, and that droplets can work for 15 minutes with your body to defeat it. We have to be careful. It may be eye, it may be nose, it may be mouth, it may be anything. Don't think that it's only person to person. It can be air to person. It can be person to air. Whatever, we don't know facts. We don't know yet. Again, as I say, every time I say, raise your immunity levels. It's in your interest to raise levels. If you raise level means you have to you have to take out fats first of all. These fats you must drink boiled water, and you must avoid you must avoid all carelessness. If you use car, Better avoid use if you can. Don't show that if you're a car, you are having a status. Car is in no way a symbol of status. It's a device. It's a device that should be used to save walking or save time. What do you say? I think time is not that important. This is walking is one. If you're tired during walking, some of you may not walk. So my suggestion is that just think this is going to finish in many years, and not to ignore this, but to amend your behaviors and conducts in a brilliant way if you can do it from home. Otherwise, we are just, for example, myself. I am from senior cadet. You are also regional cadet. I would suggest that it's much better if you now come back to our portion of management. I do not talk much on this COVID issue because already I have talked a lot, and maybe it's up to people to understand, not to understand this. It will continue, and we'll see what happens. But I was worried about workers. This is our industrial workers who are facing problem. Imagine if I have to walk like this. Can I survive? That's a question of an intelligent person to raise this. It doesn't matter what government is doing. Question is, we have to speak. We have to help them. If we can, well, if you cannot, that's something remains. These people are very strong people, which I am surprised at this stage to know that our people are very strong, very resistant, and they can walk many kilometers to even to take flight. Now going back to our same management, quality, contract, etc., which is routine talk, FIDIC in particular, we have to understand ourselves. We'll take some water. It's 28 degrees in morning time, 3 o'clock, 28 degrees. What shall we do? 28 in 3 o'clock is not easy temperature, it's difficult temperature. Imagine what should day temperature is 40, 41, 42. I taken tea, yet I need water. Weather is changing drastically, and it's very bad for us. One day 42, 41, maybe today by today evening it is rain again, and this rain is chemical rain actually. It's not ordinary rain droplets, you can say. This droplet is very difficult term these days. If you talk of droplet means you may talk of infectious virus. Management, which I usually say management everywhere, is also with government and with H1. Only point of difference lies how you say that your system is manageable or my system is manageable, and by the what system there. I say no, no, my method is good, your method is not good, or your method is good, my method is not good. It's a system only. System. You have to call it system. Say quality system. You say quality system. Similarly, management is a system, and it covers many areas in our life. Management, and then it's not management of one item, it's management of everything. Management of everything. Somebody says this is managers, and other party thinks this is a manager for all. Question is making manager for all. But how does it use or spend its energy to all those who require and at that time is most important. My management is mine, your management is yours, but management leads to some production, some delivery, some service. Does it do that or no? That's point of interest. That's point of order. Education means education means a device, a tool that raises your mind, raises your thinking power. It's not simple certification. Same education must be used during your profession. Your professional learning and professional applications is a job. You should do what you learn as much as possible. And that's where we stand for. When I say now we talk of contracts, again contract. If you talk to some engineer who is studying about contract, that engineer may not answer immediately because it's then repeated afterwards. So it's not very important that we talk of that only all time, but we should we should be careful about that. Let me put my scanning on. I forgot to make it on so that it scans my system. So I put it here. Okay, what I'm saying, right? Now, FIDIC is an institution. FIDIC about what I'm talking is institution that devises contract system, just like the institution of ISO 9001, which devices your qualities, system qualities, and there are many other institutions like standard institutions and various others, and then codification institutions which codify all this. So FIDIC, which is federal federal institute for this system of contracts. Again, I say, if you don't understand basics, what is contract? If somebody asks you what is contract, you'll simply say yes, there are two parties and they agree for something else. Yeah, that's true. That's procedure of agreeing into contract. But what are the basics behind that? That point varies from one part of other part. And when we say that we together, we two persons move together for certain goal to achieve, that is called agreement for moving together, but not free. You have to pay something. Means first party has to pay to second party. That's main point in contract. And other point that it should be based on legal issues. It should not be based on you know unrecognized or irrecognized statements. It should be based on founded on facts and should be real. If you can understand that point, basics, base. Now, if suppose I say to you, I want you to devise a contract. By chance, I say, okay, there are two persons and they don't know how to enter into a contract or how to devise some contract or something we are doing or what we want to do. Mainly, say that sort of construction. We are doing some flat somewhere and doing that, or we are using our sphere on one project. What can you really be done with that? So I say, do it. What shall you consider that? One party wants this, other party wants this. Though both parties have one party says that I can give you this much money, or you demand how much money you need, and if I agree, we start that. So what points shall you analyze or take into considerations to build up an opinion about our contract? That's what you think. So don't go to books and see what books say. because books says what other people say, means those who wrote that book, it's their opinion until there's reference to that. We copy this from this reference. So as an individual, what shall you think of this position? I need it. I wanted to ask you, but I think we now your first point will be what is derivative? What is proposition? That's your first point. Proposition is this is a project, imaginary project, you are going to do it, or no other project, something else. You have to understand that first. Forget parties. There is something projected to you. This is what I want. You just devise a contract of that. Devise a contract. But you say, no, this is not my job. This is job of law, this is job of advocate, this. No, I don't believe that. No advocate can do anything unless you instruct that advocate. Okay, so you have to see that project first. सबसे पहले आपको प्रोजेक्ट देखना पड़ेगा। हिंदी में थोड़ा बोल देता हूँ आपके सहयोग के लिए। अगर आपको समझ नहीं आ रहा, इफ यू कैन नॉट अंडरस्टैंड, यू फर्स्ट आपको देखना पड़ेगा वो है क्या, वो किस बला का नाम है जो मुझसे ये कह रहे हैं कि इसका आपको कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बनाना है। जब तक आपको वो प्रोजेक्ट समझ नहीं आएगा, आप सही कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नहीं बना सकते। कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कंडीशंस की बात नहीं मैं कर रहा, एक कल्पना है जिसमें मेरे को समझना है मेरा स्कोप ऑफ वर्क क्या है। स्कोप ऑफ वर्क, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में बहुत कुछ होता है। देखिए, स्कोप ऑफ वर्क होता है, टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस होती हैं कॉन्ट्रैक्ट की, और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट क्या है, स्कोप क्या है, ऑल दिस इज एंड सो यू हैव स्टार्ट टू थिंक। आपको सोचना पड़ेगा। पूछिए भाई आप क्या बनाना चाहते हैं, डिजाइन तो कुछ है नहीं हमारे पास। आपको एक मकान बना के देना है भाई, इसमें क्या डिजाइन चाहिए, आप सोचिए आप क्या कर सकते हैं। उसमें एक प्लॉट है, उसमें एक मकान बनाना है, मकान कैसे बनता है आपको उसका आइडिया होना चाहिए। क्या एक ही में लिख देंगे कि हाँ जी हमारा मकान बन गया, इतना बन गया, नहीं ऐसे नहीं। कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऐसे नहीं बनता, ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टेक्निकल है। All these contracts are technical, they just technical offer and you can say medical offer, both count. Both count, दोनों की गिनती होती है भाई। So आपने देखा स्कोप ऑफ वर्क समझ आ गया आपको, अच्छा लिख देते हैं स्कोप ऑफ वर्क हो जाएगा। इसमें खाली लिखने से नहीं होगा, आपको you have to consider in your mind that what can you know about this item. If you know and understand that item, any such 50-60 items of that building, you can say that technically you are aware of that proposal. Technically you are aware. But technical awareness doesn't mean contract. Technical awareness doesn't mean contract. It has been observed that people actually do not understand this. They just trap themselves in by ignorance and then they start talking and they blame it on us. No, it's not. What sort of contract you want, you will ask a question. Because there are many types of contracts. Which is best suited, you have to know. Which medicines you have, which service you have. If the tablets of those medicines you do not know, you cannot see what disease is there. Same thing is here. If you don't understand what you're going to do, you can't devise a contract. Contract is scope is a structure. Contract is a structure. A structural documentation it is. It's not a paper only you write. No, it's not that. Contract has a build-up structure. It's can't even contract act won't tell you. Scope you say what you have to build. What is that? What is it? Scope means it should tell completely what you are going to build. Then you have to select which scope, which contract system is better for this. Whether you consider that you contract to someone on this you can say workforce element coefficient, or you want to allow this party to use your material system. And you understand that point means I have to pay by item or I have to pay total. Then you have to decide and select which step is better than that. Suppose you brought into your mind that okay, I am going higher 500 meters. Okay, do it 500 meters on the more, because ultimately you are going to calculate time with that. Time, if time fixed, otherwise before then you have to use that time for this project, and you have to consider that total time is this I have given, and probably quantities of work would be this, which you should have an idea of because you are an engineer. If you are a lawyer, you can't have that concept. If you are someone else, you can't have concept. So you are an engineer, you know facts of that, and with that you can decide if this is contract. And there will be many lessons learned in your history of records. If you are a company person or company employee, you can ask your librarian, please let me see this book, and I'll show you. Uh, If you know that much, if you can understand that much, you have done it. Finish. Then you decide what type of kind of lump sum, so you have the lump sum kind of use this. Okay, lump sum finish. Then what else? You have thought two thoughts. Scope is there and type of contract is here. So cost shall be filled by well, we can say contract. That's true. Cost will be like that. But what is your cost? You have to actually think. If I have 50 such, that's a 20 such contractors. Actually, in current situations, something else happens. We just want to believe in copy and paste. Very, very easy formula all over is applied. Copy and paste and edit later on. And later on never comes and you don't edit. Okay, no problem. We have in our mind that picture. Such degree of negligence. Now, come back to management. As I said, management means you have to know technical, you have to know non-technical, you have to understand contract, you have to understand estimation, you have to understand design, and you have to understand how to handle people, how to deal with them. This is very common point. You can't decide even one vegetable sale rate if you don't consider this. You say, okay, 25,000 people are from overseas are traveling by these trains, local trains. They have to charge what 25. What is it? Now, therefore, FIDIC device for us something which uh, which is helping everyone in a way that management, which is cost based, which is time based, which is quality based, and which is supported by all resources and management, that that abbreviation has come to various areas. I'm sure. Next time when you do that and you think of contract or you read some contract, past contract, you shall realize what points I'm telling you are considering are covered in some places in some clauses. Design part, tendering part, estimation part, review part, construction part, quality part, safety part are located somewhere. Somewhere maybe lay down area or store area. It may be a hydrophobic area. It may be whatever is required, all that must be here. Then you do it well. You understand well, but you are understand something others people did. You didn't do that. You did not devise originally. You are depending on others people work, which is not acceptable. But because you are not able to write contracts in such a way, regularly or speed of regularly, you won't find that going to have in your mind. So let's go to further. When I say uh, I was talking of something about what should professionals do before jumping on to further talks on this contract system. I explained to you before what engineers should do, and I think I yesterday talk of them what are these engineers doing, what they should do, and when they know what they do, they will write it, they will devise and check it and then submit it for approval. Because that's also something when it's given on drawing that this is somebody has written. It's what is this actually? How can you say? Yeah, we have to answer ourselves. We read it ourselves. If it's available on the teacher, if it's not available on the teacher, we have to think ourselves. Content is not simply money issue. It's you have to done it. You have to do it. When I should be tender, um, sometimes I'm anxious also. Those things. It's contract. It's not football. It's contract. We have to do this job. If we cannot do this job, we will be trapped. You may sign some contract. You may sign something blindly. It doesn't help if you are not blind. It doesn't help. You have to accept this fact that this is a contract to be done. It's not a contract for history or you have to keep in file as a file paper. No, this is a contract that you have to work on and do it fairly, qualitatively, quantitatively. And if you cannot do it, you will also be in problem. If you run away, you will be in problem. I tell you what problem. When you take some tender means bid, or you have to submit your proposal that I want to do this job because that proposal is open to everyone. When you think you have to do this job and you qualify for that, that's what tender is all about. That is what is tender all about. In that, if these are professional requirements for tender purpose or for bid purpose, you have to submit bid bond, tender bond, which is a legal document which is given by your banking institution or bank who supports you. And that bank claims, bank is involved here, or whoever is giving your financial guarantee, it involved there. And that institution claims, declares, if this party, if your contractor does not respect your tender after depositing tender, after submitting tender, if this party runs away, doesn't accept, if it's awarded, if this tender is awarded to this person and this party does not do it, does not accept that. Yes, I'm not saying performance, I'm saying because I tendered and I don't want to, I have no interest now, I don't want to do that, not taking participation. No, that's not acceptable. This is not bachcho ka khel. If I have taken tender, bid, I am submitting it because I am qualified and eligible for that. In that case, if I run away from the job, if you run away from the job, living in tantrum, then you shall certainly think of. You have to think of your that bond is gone. If this party says, give me this bond, this person has run away with my tender, not coming back, is not respecting this tender, this man has run away, it doesn't come to us. I want cash, this please give me this. Bank cannot even for a second hold your bond, and this party, this client can confiscate that. But problem is not bond. Your bond has gone. Problem is your reputation, your name in market. It involves everybody. Same thing applies when you file a tender and you agree on a price, both parties agree on a price, and you say, okay, we're starting this. Later on, you come to know there was an error, or we never thought that this party will be that expensive, or is it? In that case, when you run away from this performance, what shall happen? That bond is big amount. Performance bond again same bank gives. At that time, tender bond or bid bond is returned. But another bond is required, that's called performance bond. Because now you are going to perform this contract for those people, but you are paid for that. You have to take risk. Also that time. Synergies. Synergies is a question mark. I address a question mark. That point is very critical, very very simple. Because if your performance bond is seized, is forfeited, first of all, you will lose your money, and on top of that, you are going to be removed from list of tenders, list of government tenders. You are you are delisted. You are delisted from tenders, and you are delisted from your reputation. Do you digest that? Can you? हजम हो जाएगी आपको ये बात? Only better is, if you can't do something, don't accept that. because maybe you are not well slept last night, but don't run into tenders with closed mind or because you wanted something at whatever rate it would cost. You can help them only when they come to you with some money, they pass by it within there. Alright, so we have to understand these financial complications before doing anything. Means what you have to do on that contract, what sort of stuff you need, what sort of expertise you need, what sort of machines you need, what sort of materials you need. This point must be understood all. And this point, you can raise your windows here to right here. So back to conditions of contract now. Every condition, just like in these 20 chapters, they have classified something. You have to also classify your way. What actually I want in that. I want some people to work there. I want some machines to work there. I want some metal to be included there. Some metal to means temporary material, some preparatory material, and some kind of technology to work there. For me, I need some expert for me. So when you have for contractor in this way, government is not involved here because government doesn't do this and government you can have no relation, you can't pay government for working for you. So government actually extend of municipalities and that really not beyond that. I always say either you make your system or you adopt some other system if you feel that other system is fine. There is no third way out because nature cannot create these buildings. No, we have to see every clause, name of job, scope of this, and quantities particularly if you can find out because quantities can make a lot of difference and that's also part of contract and 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 area in which you are going to work, that's very important. Do you know that area or you just imagine everything in idealistic, everything idealistic? You have to check. I mean, what feedback can you get from surrounding your people? Whatever they happy with you, that you list. These points count when you devise a contract. And duties count. Your duties, your manager's duty, your engineer's duty, foreman's duty, and all duties. It should count. That point is very important from contract viewpoint. Duties of people. You may say, how it is related? Yes, it is related because that is source, that is resource of your contracting, that is resource that will perform that contract. And if you don't have that resource, you cannot do this contract. That's what I'm saying. These you can say our brothers and sisters, these industrial workers, I consider them my part. And I have to consider because I am an engineer, I know what they can do for you. They may be laborer for you, but for me they are not laborers. They are not laborers. You can't call them laborers. This is nonsense if you call them laborers. You may be laborers, they are not laborers. Everybody is laborer who say laborer in that day, everybody is laborer. I am also laborer. Everyone in this country is laborer. Everyone third world is laborer. What does labor do? These skilled workers, these industrial workers, you think they don't understand anything? They don't use the mind? They don't use technology? Most of them use technology in their activities. These videos and these televisions they have is from adversaries. So those people who ignore them, who ignore duties of workers, they cannot do anything. Now I will back on that. It's very important part. What are they actually? Before talking to other points, I talked about I can say let me put on that on this. I talked from my writings in past what what should engineer do and what should contractors personnel do. I was talking of that in past talks. Now there I stood. I was on. This is a list of dealings at site which explained to you before, and just in brief, I'm reconsidering that. It's like what is documents that should be used on sites by our representatives. Those are enlisted in brief, and these are daily program. We call it daily job record, but we can call it. It's not easy. It's a complicated one because it's a many lines. You can say like that. Daily job record, for example, it's a piece of paper. Of course, it's a piece of paper, but informative paper. Daily it says first job is there in day. It can say let us say this date, activities planned, activities started, activities completed. Like we do planning, activities planned, activities undergoing, or you can say it is ongoing, activities completed. Uh, We say this is what is staffing on site. You can say what is what designation. All you can say. So number one, this engineer so many, managers so many, safety this all that. You can write that information. Then same information for subcontractors. Then you can say this is for personal. After that material, you can say material. What material arrived on site or what material ordered. Such type of information should be there on that. Then weather, what is temperature, minimum, maximum, what is relative humidity if you can, or it's rain or no rain, it's humid or not humid, like all the dusty or non-dusty, all that kind of conditions should be reflected. So then you can say equipment, it is also very important part. Which equipment was available or broken or which was repair or repair. And then it's no joke. We are saying material ordered, temporary material purchased, material delivered, testing of material, results of testing, visitors came to site, inspections done, any other business. Such points are recorded daily, but people just record work done and the sales. No, that's not that. If you record correctly, comprehensively. If you don't record comprehensively, you lose your status. This record shall speak in future. You won't be there, possibly, but this record will support your work there. Sometimes in people using dogs in homes, in the museum, okay, you will call it cat, just like that. After this material and this, you have to write something else, inspection signed, and you can say what else problem is this problem. So this part I said, that's the Delhi job report is this has to be signed by both parties, contractor and agent. Now, this is daily program. Here, if you want to see this, I can show you this not big deal. It's a daily program, then daily supervision, daily material, and all that is that you have to deal with this on site. All actually, I'm saying representative, all representative, or non-representative even. This is daily program, daily supervision, daily material order, solving instant problems, solving problems with consultants and pursuing matter in solutions, solving staff disputes, and making necessary orders in interest of job, labor bills for wages and overtimes and leave sanctions, labor working on contract negotiations to be kept moving, preparation of information to begin selection, proposing alternatives, using alternatives to high to resident engineer for discussion and approach. Then daily meetings and general meetings on required. These are you can say common, but they should be somewhere. You cannot give them a board. Come on then, I say, let us talk each other about this. Means you may say why I am explaining like this. I am explaining like this because conditions require this. If you do not understand it, you will infill undue conditions there. You will just meaningless conditions you put in there. That should happen. If relevant conditions are there, that's most welcome. And surplus condition is no use, undue. You may have to withdraw after some time. Oh, this condition will take no use, this no use, this no use. Never is done. So what was meaning of that grouping for first group when you design? No, don't take them. Now, let us say program is okay, we done it. What is supervision? Supervision is it. You are supervising your site as a contract representative. Your engineers are supervising detailing. Your foremen are directly on front. Don't they do responsible job? Can you do? Can you do that type of job? Even Australians, English, and others, they do not understand everything because analytical power they don't have. They can read documents, they can understand them, but analysis cannot be taught by everyone. Let's go see. If I say supervision like that, my mind doesn't understand, my supervisor doesn't understand. It makes mistake. How to know that makes mistakes? This means you have to ask that person who supervises before somebody else asks you. You go inside, okay, you just watch so many locations and maybe it's holiday. This watchman did not bother much that you go, usually this man gives some what's to ask them. I go down what I ask. Right. Then again, materials order. Material order, which order I'm talking about? Do you understand? There are two types of orders in material work. One is that is for permanent work. That is according to drawings. You can't do anything on that. And that's in bulk quantity. Bulk, not small. It depends upon valuation, or you can say estimation, or you can say quantification that you have to work out from your details. It can't be computed in this optical content. You have to work on that quantity surveying Excel sheet or another sheet. And you have to calculate each item, each wall, each room. Now, order is there, but which order is that? You may be authorized for every order, you may not be authorized for every order. There may be some other person working on this project or every project company, and that may be in your head office. And there may be some things that you are ordering that also. It depends. It depends on how your company is managing. But for me, there's no problem for that. Because only once we have to work on that, and that is generally below or around this income muscle period. So this planet won't hold for else. We don't work that. We are considering them as stallion of is the real question. Is the detailed planning. Now his materials are yours. You have verified his material. There's no material valuable. Later on, once metals are over, solving instant problems, unknown problems, problems created on site by whoever. I don't name which problem. There can be material problem, there can be equipment problem, there can be psychological problem, or there can be disputes on site, or there can be work gone wrong. Whatever type of problems are there, you have to deal with that. It can be any kind of problem. So for that, you must have general knowledge, you must have psychological knowledge, you must have elder brother knowledge. Otherwise, you cannot do that. There will be frictions among people. Certainly it is. But you have to keep them solvable. Frictions shall not move away. It would be there. This is human work. We say advanced technology, but it's not advanced yet. It's not advanced yet. There will be disputes between workers on site, there will be disputes between staff and workers, and ultimately it is money that keeps them in. Because railway is not, our system is not, or others are not hungry. They have everything, so they move. They when they don't have, they can't move. So that problem you have to solve it yourself. Somebody wants money, somebody wants leave because sick, work is pending, shortage of people. You are ready for concrete, concrete is not coming in. Many kinds of problems that add to delay activities. It's your common sense, it's your experience that will decide that. It's not that person. Because even if the person know, sometimes they enjoy setting a situation, oh, there is nothing, it's very impossible today, he cannot eat, because he has not prepared us. It's very small problems, so you deal with that. Then as I said, problems with consultant and others, like that staff problems and their workers dispute and wages and overtimes and labor working provision. Ultimately, you have to keep value to your material and workers. That you can do. It may be whatever the problem, you have to read that document. Sometimes we miss some document and it happened 91. We don't know. Now let's go further. What I'm saying is architectural structural. There is coordination required. What is that? Why we say it's required? I'm not reading from there, just saying that. What is architectural and what is structural? We have to understand that because of that contract. Contract is for whole work, but that work contains many elements, many disciplines. So architecture and structure is a direct discipline, because without structure there can be no architecture. Without structure there can be no architecture. And if you want to do structure, you have to deal with architecture. And that's what's problem is. Because both disciplines were worked separately, though it should be done maturely simultaneously, because of certain facts, these were done separately. And maybe one was done 1 year back and one was done 2 months back. Who knows? And maybe architects work because he think there's no change on this and no building permit received, but architect thinks a structural engineer may do something else. Means architecture is a creation of mind, is an imagination, but that imagination at that time does not think of structure. It can be, it can be thought. But common architect did not like it. He said, no, you follow me. So that man had one imagination in mind. Follow me. So I don't know what to think about architecture and structure. Structure means framing, beams, columns, foundations, slabs, fascia, and contain services. Architecture doesn't contain services. No, structural work contains services. Because structure itself is a service that keeps architecture alive. If a structure doesn't serve building, architect cannot do anything. So architectural structural coordination is number one. Why? Because one worked on the structural, one worked on both worked differently. They did not think it's better to coordinate this. They went to the government office submit this. And their intelligent person was there, he studied that. that uh, So when I say this architecture and structural clash, what does it mean? Think of a clash. Let us say there's a clash. This complaint by HVAC designer, not by me. HVAC designer, false ceiling man. Because structure as a structure, I said no, this beam should be 60 or 70 centimeter tall, and this should be 30 centimeter wide. But this idea was between Mason and contractor was being discussed. Very a deep beam has come, a duct cannot cross that. I don't allow this HVAC duct to cross my RCC. No way. But that gas says I have to pass this duct here. So what I have to do? I don't accept this beam. I don't accept this beam. Because the beam is in question, then certainly some opening in the space is also a problem. Because that beam, that duct comes through slab from top chiller. Then what should you do? You should do, you think now that this is ammunition quality. At that time, coordination is required. Because if we commit wrong, that is one example. That is can that will come 20 examples. I'm just giving you why this is done, why this is required, what is mean behind. There can be coordination at many locations where you have to provide flow drain or HVAC, you have to provide frame, etc. Coordination is very impossible, but very practical. Uh, let's go further. What it says, what I written here, I'll read that. Contract drawings comprise of architectural, structural, allied services, civil works, miscellaneous works, architectural details should be related to structural details, and in case of discrepancies between discovered facts should be informed to resident engineer or related structural and architectural engineers through related areas. Structural details at as included structural details, and in case of discrepancies being discovered, and that should be informed informed to retweet that is now there is another one, structural mechanical engineering, that's why I discussed, and electrical mechanical engineering. Structural mechanical is also that one I discussed. There's a structural mechanical and all that means. The structural guy said no, I don't allow mechanical guys, so what I do give you solution. There may be a cold store, for example. There will be something else in building which impact on which demands something. Then there's architectural, false ceiling, which also demands something. So there's a trunking of electrical and there's a suspension system for HVAC. There's a system which is kept different from it. So we move like that. Now I try to explain to you where do we have to add our efforts. Coordination is very important input in buildings. It may be whatever kind of building. If no architect appears big or cheap building, if you forget that there is also you can say these balls, these grams or something in we see in this structure. We have to meet many other points, other technicalities which move with each other but clash. If those representatives who know coordination, they feel very happy and project not happy. They do everything in beginning, solve all coordination, maybe in 1 month, 2 months, and see, okay, no problem. All drawings are reviewed. They say the revision of drawings and say, okay, fine, we agree with that. This is one part. Then there will be that one thing is very clear that price is fixed in contract. You can't change that because nature of contract is lump sum fixed price, which is say a style in itself. From tendering calculation to end of job. You know why I'm saying tendering calculation? Yes, I explain to you what is that. Say I I worked on on tenders, and there are many bills of quantities in each tender. So I've seen some 10, 15, depending on how many areas you have, how many elements you have. It's just done in a way that there should be no repetition of, so there should be no requirement of anything else. If you want to know something, or you have ready BOQ for that, and you just know this is BOQ, follow it. This or right. So that is for purpose of calculation only, nothing to do with claims. That is for purpose of calculation. So what happens there? I just give some feedback on that because I dealt with that in my life, in my career, with lump sum fixed price contracts. Generally, on big jobs, these are done. But I used actually, I was on site in 1986, 85. I joined Alatia Contracting in Doha, Qatar, and I was given landscaping project. There were five schools, and my Lebanese senior was an engineer and senior to me, he was division head, building division head. And so I told him I have not that much work on this project in landscape. Means I want to keep myself busy because what shall I do at my room? My family is not there, nobody is there, no television, no internet, no computers in those days. So either I have to sleep after going to the home, or it's better to do some job. So he told me, okay, if you're so interested, come in the afternoon and help me in bidding. I said, no problem. As far as the private vehicle, because I was never done license, and after taking my lunch, I was there for 2 3 hours and worked assistant. So at the time, I came to this exposure of this Qatar specifications, we call it QCC at that time, Qatar Civil Service specifications and bidding, and then I got first time international tendering. In those days, you can say this type of tendering, which means how it was done. Though I was not, my job was not that. I was a site agent, so my job was for like I just tried to learn that. Learning is not you. If you want to join some course, you have to pay for that. If you're learning a job, it's much better than paying for a course. Because a person who's teaching you doesn't have any experience. Teachers don't have practical experience, yet they say, okay, you're qualified, you're getting certificate. I don't need certification. No. What I need certificate? I have my own certificate. Enough for me. I have this certificate, fine for me. This certificate not for showing to others. And yeah, I just started. No. You prove it. More than certification is your performance that is required, and you have the plan. Just try to learn that. So I used to read what is contract, what actually they want, because these were government contracts and everything was perfect. I came to that, and particularly this lump sum fixed price, yes, many conditions for it. Say, for example, you have tender price. I do this for X price. Okay, this is your last page. That this is my final price. That's okay. Then there were some BOQs with that, as many BOQs as works. Building BOQs separately, landscaping BOQs separately. If there's a small building, there's a guardhouse is separate BOQ. Or there's something else, say this separate BOQ. Like that, there's many BOQs. Bill of quantities. But what documents are clearly defined. This is first priority, second priority, third, and BOQ was not the prioritized. It just is considered support to you. It takes time, learn, because I used to attend that for 3 hours a day. So I did what he wanted me to do it. And he could not use that. I had to do everything. So I said, okay, this over. I used to go through all tenders. I was considered as a reader of tenders to just advise it wrong here. Advice, or you can say write my report on that for it, and if it's pass or not pass. If I think tenders pass, okay, join this university. That's not so bad. Then I went through all conditions for meaning of that. Because the contract means is written a condition No job, don't worry. But learning was there. I go to what it was. If your last price is final plus X and your Bucus will check, you must have so total sum of possibilities is this much and each BOQ price is this much. That you have to fill. And it was a clear condition if suppose we check that we again calculate that based on BOQ and items and rates, and if we find that your total sum actually is lesser than what you quoted for or you priced in, will reduce your price direct proportionally. Or in case we find that total sum is above what you quoted for, we won't raise it. If you are somewhere respect the price for, if you work out this sum and found that find that this sum is lesser than what it should be, we shall not give any benefit to you, or else you are benefited. All right. So that was condition if we have to respect our duty ourselves, not for job. It is written in this first priority first residence is contract price or contract, second is letter of invitation, and third is priority was same absolutely we are doing. That is very, very respectable. All right, this was one criteria in that contract. Other criteria, there were certain lists of materials in every tender, building tender. Materials means all materials which you use in building, whatever building. All materials they used to write. But what to write is specification of these materials and such materials, for example, decorative material or expensive material. They used to write a list of okay, this sanitary units, for example. They will write three vendors or three, not vendors, manufacturers, three or four. Similarly, woodwork and similarly door work, not unit of work, but unit of better supply. This first, this second, uh, we understand all these points very well. For example, a site agent writes to engineer or RE that for last 3 days they will have rains. We have to go out shop for half an hour. That is, maybe I use some contracting arrangements for my own benefit. It probably works, I don't know. So what I was telling is I was doing a forward, spelling something. I thought I was spelling. I was thinking something, and when I was silent, I was thinking something. Mm, yeah, what I was thinking, I forgot actually. What important thing I was thinking, what engine should do. Mm, yes, materials, sorry. List of materials. There are three or four materials they propose. Examples say sanitary units with plywood or collar. or something else, and paints a national or two or three more like Jotun or like Berger, something. And doors and windows, they have many manufacturers. They write that one. Ironmongery from this land, this stuff, this data, this data. Right, 150, 60, 70, 80 materials. Or you take aggregates from here, dust from there, 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 like that. So you are well kept busy. Perfect at the period work, I think. Same way you have to go through all kind of documents before doing tenders, better in your interest. And same way when you are now you having tender document, you should go through all. You should go through different specifications and three documents if you have three documents for them. You have bright idea. And as I said here in this book, I'm trying to give some feedback. That's why you may understand this very well. And for example, this electrical, mechanical, reflected ceiling plan, which is also there. It is very important. I'll tell you exactly what's that. I'm not going to read this for you. I'm just trying to tell you where we feel. The reflected ceiling plan example, I'm telling you why I'm just interested in this. It says that air conditioning, ductwork, and diffusers and splitters. You know what are diffusers and splitters? You fix some grills and the holes or something where supply air can come in and extract can go out. And you have some lights also there. So air conditioning and ductworks, diffusers and splitters, electrical lights, luminaries, and depth and details are of much significance, directly relating to coordinations, and these plans cannot be furnished in absence of disciplines, English or British. You can't say that. So these reflective plans say is not of much significance here. It is directly related to coordination, and these plans cannot be finalized in absence of all said informations and technicalities involved. Lame excuse by different parties to discipline shall not work. So what this plan says simply electrical item, electrical light fittings, and diffusers and splitters and table trunking and hanging wires. You have to hang systems of all this false ceiling angles, and maybe some other sort of gas services coming in plenum, or maybe some other services, hospital services, for example. There are many services involved through that plenum of false selling, and you have to make sure that all services are fitted in properly without any clash. Generally, clash occur when mechanical ducts are there, air conditioning ducts are there, and there are electrical clash with mechanical and the general clash. And this clash nobody accepts because it will again be fire. Because now fire we have seen last time building is 2.5 hours, or was 3.5 hours, others. Why these fires are there? So I understand you got some points on this coordination. And if you're not clear of coordination, you cannot do anything. This very briefly I have told you. This continues, coordination continues on your buildings. You have to be very sure about that. Don't jump and say we can do that. Everywhere structure is affected, nothing else. It's not normal. When I was studying my section B, I was doing section B of II. And that time we could not listen that much, and our professor Mokcham Ramamurtham used to sometimes teach stories like this in class, and he says that what happened once there was one slab to be raised, slab to be in those simply slab I was talking. In those days, people used to erect walls, and why is said that somebody came to him long back and he wanted my consultancy. What question was he? Tried to tell that this once he said he was asked consultancy for something. One building was done, a room was inside. These walls of room 20 centi or 9 inches in use, they were slab on that. Now these people wanted to extend that one to underneath a walls. So whole bearing was taken by that slab. So he said it was max with that means they wanted slab on wall without resting on wall. It's not possible. But I know what he just he checked out some portion of that wall. I don't know. Come on, man. Let's go further. Coordination continues. Say your drawings are approved and all drawings are approved. They are approved in separate disciplines. Mechanical drawing, HVAC drawings, electrical drawing, plumbing drawing, or some other services drawing are approved. And your drawings are approved. But no combined drawing. What happens means they cannot go into that minute detailing. They just come and do site engineer of electrical, director, foreman, director, they will do work is done. Work is done. What happens when there's services clash on site? Generally, in hoodie slabs or in some complicated slabs, there are always some clashes, which are actually sold on sites because if you start taking test by additional charge of 115, I'm trying to tell you something very practical. Very practical. You think laying of slab is very easy? Or erection of columns is very easy? You think so? No, not at all. Even if you do foundations, even if in groundwork means below groundwork, there are complications, very complications, which which is not shown on your design, but these are there. What's up? There's also point of coordination, but to some extended coordination, not this much coordination. You excavated, you did everything. Foundations you did, but you did not understand that some pipe may be there. Which pipe? Sewage pipe, water pipe, gas pipe, telephone cable, if it's landline. You thought nothing is there, everything is coming from air? No. So these pipings, which you are not aware of, you forgot, you must have known that from WC seat, from bathroom seat, from kitchen sink, these pipes have to come out. And to where? These have to come out from these wet areas to your flow drain or to some specific gully or sewer manhole. But you did not understand them, you did not care for their levels, which you made mistake. But you should not make mistake, you have to learn about that. If it's not given in a one drawing, you have to find other drawings where you can find that. Generally, this information is given in fresh cases, but you consider this. And if you consider this, you are fine, you are okay, you cause no problem. There should be no problem for you in that case. Now, if you forgot that, if you cannot calculate level, you keep on sitting because here level is also a problem. Invert level we call them. Invert level, I mean to say pipeline in manholes. Because when you take levels go like this. Zero level, 1 meter, half meter, 1.5 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter. They go up, rise. But we go down, I'm talking zero level. If we go downwards, we count minus this, minus this, minus this. This level is very important to understand because some people get confused. One is called reduced level and one is called invert level. And drawings speak same language. They won't explain to you what is this. It's not their duty to explain to you because you're a qualified engineer or foreman. You understand yourself what is this. If you cannot understand, you're not qualified to work in that field. This is just information. It's like coordinates are here, x axis, y axis. We say this is so many. You say the GPS system means this is GPS now, but GPS is not new. It was not instrumented GPS, but coordinates were there. These were called coordinates. This coordinate, north coordinate, south coordinate. The whatever name was latitude and the parts all was there. We used to take references, not exactly the actual now, but in those cases, we references. So these information of coordinates and these levels and reduced levels, all that, these dominate, these control our every line, every level of building. You go down or you go up. You have to depend on these levels, and sometimes these are not clear or clear, but you are not clear. In that case, you can cause problems. For example, this water line going into building, it has to be at some level, while sewer line or sanitary pipes coming out of your kitchen, out of your toilet, out of your bathroom or somewhere else, and these are coming out into certain X still to sit. external recipient of building and then going to manhole. These pipes will not be laid later. Later, you can't lay these pipes. You have to lay them during concrete of beams of foundation. That time. But you say, how I lay? There's no space of the where to fill later on. You are right. You are right. You have control. You can't lay pipes. Who is asking to lay pipes? I'm saying levels. You have to maintain levels. So what you do? Rather than laying those pipes, you fix at those positions certain sleeves. Sleeves just like sleeve of my shirt. You just cover up some pipe, a kind of through which pipe can move that kind of sleeve. You fix there. So the in this you can run pipe. That's very important. Generally, people mistake. They sometimes you have to decide at point. My pipe should go through this structural beam or no. What my mind says. I, as an yes, shall not allow that. I'll say either go above or go below. So here's a question mark. Can I go below? Question is that. Can I go above? That's another question. Or there is no way I have to go penetrating this beam. This is a technical point, though it's maybe nothing important to you, but this is a relevant point. Can you go through beam? If you go below beam, means you are going deeper one. Maybe you don't get that level there, or it may go below your inward level. Or if you take above beam, it may go above your manhole level. That's required to understand. You have to check this coordination. This is also called coordination. And then there's no clash between water line and sewer. There's no gap between two. It's also coordination. This is a sewer line. This is a water line. If you like this, no, this is not acceptable. If you like this, no, this is not acceptable. If you like this, no, this is not acceptable. There should be some specified gap between them, between distance, so that even if the sewer line leaks, this water should not reach water line. This is called coordination at every level. This is not part of contract, it's part of technical work, but it rules over contract. Because there will be dispute in future. So I'm trying to say coordination is very important. So we can say architectural, structural coordination, structural services coordination, structural architectural at site coordination, and many, many other coordinations. That's why all this count in contract, all this count in your bidding, because bidding is root of contract. These prices you have to take into your accounting, the estimation of contract. Each and every price you have to consider there. Only then you can reach a final price. Otherwise you can't reach. Even if you reach, it will fictitious, it will be imaginary, assumptive. But you don't need assumptive price. Your bid means real price. Because you have to do that job. Bid is a different one. You have to do a job. It's not estimation, it's bidding. Estimation based bidding. If you price wrongly, you have to do job run for that. First of all, excessive price you won't be paid because those who are agreeing they are not fools. They'll close eyes and sign. And once you give below price, then they will be in problem because first right goes to below price. That is conventional. So they will be trapped in both cases. There you may get job or you may not get job. You have to balance your price. At that price balancing means knowledge of material price, knowledge of human resources price, knowledge of machine hire price, and knowledge of your material sales price. How many money, how much money will spend for purchasing that material. All these and taxation, all you should know when you start some I said like that. We don't have any option for that. That's why I say bidding is not easy, contract is not easy, because bidding leads to destruction. I know this leads to rain, rain take place there after this. So coordination is that part of job. That's why I try to take some time on coordination. It's only at ground level, but also at below ground level of piling work and foundation work and many other points are there. And of course, you can say when you go upper level, there are many more complications. And moreover, if you go below groundwater storage tank, means below foundations, you say I take underground water tank, then also it's another problem for coordination because below groundwater tank means unit supply, then you have to pump out from this level to your tank above, or you can use pressurized line. But pressurized line is expensive and sometimes you don't electric supply, so your pressure line will not work. There's so many points we have to understand what technology you are using nowadays. You just say, oh, we have pressure pipeline, we have generator, even if there's a failure of electrical supply, we can open our generator, use with that, and no problem, we will supply. Okay, that's fine. In that case, you may not need tank at top, you need tank at ground level, which is fill always, and from there you can pump out water through your main pipe riser, and you can supply to all kitchens and bathrooms above. That's one point. But say, no, I want to make a tank below foundations. That's generally called fire water tank. Okay, it can be fire water tank, but I want to have one for myself. Fire water is not in the whole foundation, in some portion of it. I want to use it for my water also. So I want that tank. This means you have to excavate more, you have to check levels, then you have to take this water from main line to your tank. By gravity flow usage, here you are lucky that you can take this water supply from ferrule of main line going directly slope to your tank. So gravity flow of supply you are taking in, that's free of cost. You can say only infrastructure costs you just pull pipe from there and left it there. But you have to provide some fittings inside of tank. Means from there you have to float, you have to take them from there, you have to risers, you have to provide risers so you can pump out from that level of your down to risers into your tank above. And this is again question of coordination. Again coordination. That's what I said. Your contract is coordinated contract. Because same cost will be dependent on your subcontractors, mechanical, electrical, services, gas, power, CCTV, all contracts you will grant you an award based on your contract. You'll get feedback from all these interested parties who quote to you to join your project if awarded in that case. So they will become your subcontractors at that time. You are inviting them for quotation for futures, provided you get the job. They shall be your subcontractors, service subcontractors. That's what I'm trying to infill here. Try to understand before explaining that to Philip. Just speaking English and explain to it doesn't mean anything if I don't explain to the application of that. Every clause is explainable. And that's what I'm trying to say that duties of duties of engineer, duties of contractor, duties of staff, and all must be clear. And not only this, we have to understand that even engineer have to understand, superintendent have to understand, all have to understand that this is ultimately goal of everyone. It doesn't mean I'm engineer from client. I think I'm very big. It's not question of big or small. Question is of achieving destiny, achieving milestone. I have to make sure my building which I'm handling, I'm getting design of the design and take the responsibility of that. That's called professional engineer, which you cannot claim if you are not. If you're not, it's fine. You can do. So that's point where I say, then I say in this book is other one. This was again this is a coordination for the electricity plant, and then it's long list here on then the structural finishes and structural plumbing and services finishes there, the Excel services, all that. I written English. I am not going to speak because you may not. First of all, I feel bored and then you feel bored. I don't want that. Now let me see if I have some feedback for you here. I can just show you that. I think it may help that feedback here. Let me check. Let me check what's feedback here because I was searching for that material submittal sheet, and this is PES is the first point I'll show you. This is just like a show. Let me show you what is actually this daily. I was talking of daily job sheet, a daily side diary we used to call it in those days. What is this actually? Come on, side diary. Actually, this book has been dog. I use many times. I don't have any other copy of this. This is dog. This is called it's old one. Side diary. There's the names are there on the data reference are there, but that is not point here. Point is contents of this. You can see in those days what I used to write. Says you can read yourself. I got it from here. These are various data which is inside. Other one was our side, other was consultant side, and then remarks, etc. and miscellaneous report. And it says that just I tell you what it says. A stop is side diary, then date and name of work or job. On other hand, budget reference and contract reference. And there are three for columns here. One for serial number, other is a description of item, and then for contractor agent, and then for engineer. Description is work planned, activity completed, activity started, manpower workforce, main contractor, manpower and workforce subcontractor, daily temperatures, visitors to site, test samples, then activities carried out, this is main contract and subcontract, then accidents if any, inspections were done, materials arrived and materials machines arrived, total machines on site, others, and all other requirements could be used here. I many times used right here only for approvals and used to go back. Now, it's one part of side diary, and we go to other part is that is material submittal sheet. Let us use that. This material submittal sheet means is for all materials which are going to use on this site. That is, no material can be procured without permission, without approval. If you procure it for on your risk, this won't be used on metal. It's not approved. This is a basic law. Whatever material you procure should be first approved, and it should be on record of your consultant or warehouse self which you are dealing with, and you are going to respond that way. So that is that material submittal. Ordinary sheet, you can see that one in those that we used to see it, and this is that one. Material submittal. You can see that. I'll speak what is that one, just the view I'm showing you. What is this? What is this? Yes, I can read. It's a material submittal sheet and name of owner or client because it's from the owner. The engineer is engineer, and contractor reference number, then name of work, and then BOQ item. They are giving reference for clarification. Then specifications or drawings that relate to this. Name of manufacturer we are going to use, and technical literature we attached or did not that we have to write, and sample attached or not we have to write, remark or delivery and date, and then there's a response from that from engineers end, that is architectural, structural, what they say, engineering, electrical, what they say, and others what they say, and then there's a remark column and then there's this column after one. It's approved or it is rejected or it's approved with comments and signs of coordinator, regional engineer, engineering uh, or date. That's another column. I'll show you for example here. And it's another one. There's a drawing sheet, short drawing sheet. Similarly, it's a drawing sheet here, or I mean, it's a drawing with submittal, drawing submit here. Sometimes working drawings, submittal. So I'll speak for that. It's also, it says owner and engineer as usual. Name of work contract, then reference to drawings that, then reference to specifications and reference to contract terms. It's of course a signature of subcontractor and seal and signature of most contract seal. And and then you can say response from the boss. See here signature of contractor, signature of then other services drawing signatures and subcontractor, contractor responsibility. Engineer is architectural related, structural related, electrical design, and others who have under remarks and approved, rejected, or approved with comments. Then you can say simple and that is scheduling and scheduling. Weekly we used to something like that. We used to say advanced program. This is that about activities and this way to that. This is a program used to some define information, and then you can say out there it is. It's quarterly program. This quarterly is 3 month program. So on ordinary people those days there was no programming, nothing. It is something like this program. Though it's not done in this way these days, it's done in the say part shot and or full like part shot like that. It's the same as this thing, but it is computerized in those days. We used to work layman, so this is a layman job. Now layman job can say. And then also add one and that is some technical minutes of coordination. And you can see that technical minutes coordination here. And see just one example. Example it is a sample. You can say a sample. Let's say that technical coordination meeting and used to conduct and draft contractor directions and all that. This is first page of this, and this is the second page of this. Depends on what type, what length of this meeting. Because as much has come should come into that, so that next time we will discuss on it. In next meeting, it has to be complied and it should go. And then also and the page. And the page is for information. You can many pages, just tell me. You are adding additional information in that. Percentage achieved, does not achieve this, whatever. What are correspondences, or say, you say, and in this time correspondence value here. And then the perform a monthly progress meeting, which is submitted before meeting. My subjob formula. So like that we used to do in those rough days. And then various information like material progress table means progress table with individual buildings. And then there is statistical statements. There's the resources, what resources and not force resources. And after that is and the list of machines which just common means the information. Of course, then there is material submittal status. That's very important. This is very important, which actually I could not find in this country. Anyway, this type of statements, full comprehensive statement, material submittal. I'll speak about this when what says in install, which is important for you. It's the material submittal and delivery schedule is status update. It's the same. It's the same. Good morning. Yeah. Then the serial number. There's description of material. Then submittal reference and date of submittal. Then rejected or approved date of approval. Details of material placed in order. Expected time of serial arrival. As arrival, ETA stalled. Then date of actual arrival. Then material sample inspection approved, rejected, or any other order given to contractor, damages if any, transportation and deliver and deliver rather than. So it's that way. And I was written a note here, and that's this written that materials should be entered in about the rule per approved list and with some material submitted and on no change shall be made in that without approval of engineer. Okay, we will follow now on soil and design over down up there. And if there's something more in the book I'll take up later on. I'd like to see if some point I can show you. Wow, this is sorry. Many things are wrong. I'll show you that. We'll talk on. We talk talking up. Talking is more important than just wasting time. But no. I take a lot of time today in referring to coordination. Even then coordination very important. In contracts, if they do not coordinate, this contract cannot work because those people who come from other end of supervision, they must be very good coordinators. And if they coordinate, then they cannot supervise what cannot go unused and it should go into both should be together. Our representative as contract representative and supervisor must all supervisors of consultants of government you can say they should move together with group contractors to help contractors because here situation is very different in our country. Contract is not so okay. No, Coordination is just, it's a directive one. I told you, it's not complete. If you think it's complete, no, it's not complete. Coordination and coordinated drawings, there's a difference. Coordinated drawings. I have done many. You know, I'll show you in future certain sketches also. They're more important. What actually I put many, I'll put many files. I don't know exactly I put there. I'll see again coordinates. What coordination is done? It's not its work now. Now it's not it. Now what I'm saying is external work. External work which support your building to serve the husbandry. In your landscape of building around, one building, two building, one building, there are various things. What do you want? Coordination, excellent. Yes, sir. Then move forward onto the issue because this is very high profile, complicated issue of FIDIC. There's a level misunderstanding many. When I was talking on external services means you have to lay external water supply, fire water, sewage line, rainwater, gas line, or many more irrigation line, and maybe many more depending on a source of area. Yeah, for example. Yeah. When you say how many lines are there are, say, sewer line, water line, fire water line, irrigation water line, and you can say electrical separately again, and maybe armored cables separately, and then some lines going to service building from where services are account and distributed on site. So there are many disciplinary services provided in those buildings around the building externally, and also something you have to keep on roof, and then also HVAC system. So you can say externally it can be chillers placed and or somewhere else it's placed and copper pipes are running here and there. So these all require a high degree of coordinations, and if this coordination misses, then you don't know what to do. In fact, I've seen many people. I don't understand whether private planes of air conditioning units or planes of air handling units or chiller units. Like they don't understand. They just what is shown in drawing and they do that. These drawings are incomplete. Actually, very friends drawings produce these AC people, and they don't. So you decide yourself. You sit down with us and we discuss how to do that. Where there are some qualifications required, there are some assumptions required. There should be some distance restrictions are requirements. It's a must if you want to do that. During the circulation of air around the other units, and you have to ensure that air enters that, otherwise there's no way. So like that, coordination, there's a technical coordination, there's engineering coordination, and if this is not done, your system won't work properly. There will be deficiency in system. Airflow won't be there correctly, and underground services will not work as by the leveling is required. Which one should be higher, which should be lower, and which should be different gap between that. There will be gas line, the other line, there is some. All that you have to study. You study from your drawing and combine together on one drawing and check yourself. Don't depend on draftsman. This is very high technical job. You have to do yourself. You can do, and which affects your all services, all services. That's why it's important. Coordination is important, not simple contact. Means FIDIC invites problems here. If you don't do that, means it takes time. It takes very much time. And once it is done, it's okay, fine. You can keep your mind free then. Yes, I have done all routing of that. I fixed that. This is that line. You have this coordinate of that line. You have fixed inverted level of that, or you can say reduced level of that. And you decide about your electrodes, or you can say this earthing units where to go, how it goes, and all fire ring main, a fixed fire ring main of that, an electrical ring main, and once you have decided, decide yourself, and fix your distribution boards and all the anxious stuff required there. Your site is getting free, but your mind is still not free. Well, mind when you say I can't help, but building has to can help. So that's also a X coordination of and that must be understood very well. And similarly, it is required to when you are working virtually on site, work on that physically. This is also very important factor. Which one you have to do early, or you have to do. We have to create lot area and then back. Well, it's up to you to decide how to do that. But that's what coordination stands for. I was trying. I did all that in some other. There was a site in Abu Dhabi, Ruwais, 300 kilometers Abu Dhabi, which was a plant, a 600 kTA ethylene plant, and I was involved with office in the field engineer. Over 500, 400 manholes, 500, 400 manholes on the site. Manholes means services manholes. Various services were running there, and when it is services, a utility service we call it in plant language. Utility services are all over here, many types of gases from here, and catch water basin, we used to call it, and the summer of running water basin, summer and which is now done. Now, since we understand what's coordination, we understand below ground coordination, above ground coordination, and external coordination, and disciplinary coordination, interdisciplinary coordination, pre-design coordination, post-design coordination. We can coordinate together with our colleagues, subcontractors, and that is where success lies. If you cannot coordinate with them, your success won't stand. For example, you are doing roofing work, RCC you have done, you have left blockouts for services, you have put PVC, polythene pipes laid, PVC pipe laid for electrical ducts, and you have to do roofing work which can't be done without your complete planes are ready, planes for this equipments, and your can say this swivel trays and cocoa trees, all that is whatever repair has done. You have to think about that, how to do that. Water tank increase is shown drying years and time is again. But shall it stay there forever? FIDIC, which is final shape you have to use for as defined in that designations and their meanings and all other conditions, starting in a structured way, defining starting from contract against employer defining employer, then going to engineer, defining engineer, then going to contractor, defining contractor, and then going to subcontractor, defining subcontractor, and then going to other one like workers, rights, and materials, and all others. Up to at end is going to define about dispute resolution, arbitration. So 21 articles here, sections is taken into consideration based on what's required throughout life and in this in 2017. So it's much better than all these because we can understand in maybe in last one last version of FIDIC, language are of course difficult, but in this case, language is not that difficult. You can say it's not actually a language to understand rather than a professional language. Professional language, there is structured language, and simple language are various terms that we can say, we can use them. So now, if we go back to FIDIC, let's see here, let's send this here. Let's see what can we do with this file. And it's now FIDIC. I'm just moving to FIDIC. As you know, we have seen that FIDIC is nothing new for you to see. This is contract conditions, conditions of contract of construction, and as you know well, it is International Federation of Consulting Engineers, and this is 70 associations in that, and we talked that this contains this general relations, and it contains guidance for preparation of particular conditions and annexes and forms of securities, forms of letter of tender, letter of acceptance, contract agreement, and dispute adjudication oblique avoidance agreement. Same we are talking in this land. ISBN nominate and what actually this is for building and engineering works designed by employer, and if you go for this copyright page and what is that, in this contents are clauses 1 to 21, and then appendix is there with general conditions of dispute avoidance and adjudication, and there is agreement or agreement, and annex DAB procedural rules. There's index of sub clauses, then guidance for preparation of particular conditions. That means what to say, you know, contents, and then we can say introductory guidance, notes and particular conditions. Part A, contract data and particular conditions. Part B, special provisions, and notes on preparation of tender documents, and notes on preparation of special provisions, clauses, and advisory notes to users of FIDIC conditions when where project is to include building information modeling system and annexes forms of securities in forms of letter of tender, letter of acceptance, contract agreement. That's all. After that, go further. There's acknowledgement, we have nothing to do with that. And there is the notes, nothing to do with that. Then the typical sequence of principal events during contracts for construction, and which says that I think that's the typical sequence of principal events during contracts of construction, and this is to say time for completion is to be stated. Time of completion is to be stated in contract data as number of days, to which is added any extension of time under subclause 8.5 in order to indicate sequence of events. Above diagram is based upon example of contractor failing to comply with subcontract 8.2. Defects notification period is to be stated in contract data as a number of days, to which is added any extension under subclause 11.3. And depending on type of works, tests after completion may also be required. So this is, you know, as I said earlier, you can see that in file you have by downloading that there's a base date. Base date is between, you know, this line of submission of tender means you are on that submitting a tender. That tender submission day minus 28 days. That submission day of tender is closing day, you can say. Closing date of tender minus 28 days. That day is base date. Remember, today you submit and 28 days before is base date. This means actually 4 weeks time is given to you. Whatever is given practically that's different, but they include 4 weeks time on closing day before that for purpose of evaluation of this contract. They give you 4 days loading period here to sit down. Then it's another one, and it says if you say there's another day that's called tender period, and it's given issue of issue of tender document day when you got tender, and when you submit this tender or you close this tender, that period they blankly call the tender period. It may be 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, doesn't matter. It's not specified, but certainly it's more than 4 weeks or 28 days. It's 28 days closing day minus 28 days with base day, and closing day minus tender issue day is tender period. So the simple definitions they are given here, and then if you say further that let's say this is a you know contractor's receipt of letter of acceptance. Your tender is accepted that day, which is you know and day which is your delivery of performance security. Means today you are getting letter that you are given this contract is accepted, your award is accepted. I mean, sorry, your contract is accepted based on your date. So that day is called acceptance letter day. And when delivery of performance bond security, because you are required to submit your performance of contract bond, this period is allowed, which is less than equal to 28 days after your letter of acceptance, less than equal to 28 days. Maximum is 28 days after you are getting a check tender. No, let's go further. It's 20 years or less, and I'm not just trying to tell you something important is that commencement day means which is commencement day for your tender for your work for a project, it's construction project. Commencement day, and there's a completion day. Commencement day and completion. That's all time of completion, and if you get extension on that, let's add it to that. So that is date of completion, and after date of completion, there is a notification period, defects notification period, and that is there, and that is notification period, not rectification, notification period, and date of completion. That means after certain days of completion, there are certain right that's called notification defects period, and then notification period is there, and then you can say issue of performance certificate because removing of defects is there is some distance of that. They give that distance to the foreign days weather, and that way you can say your graph is what's same. Now, it's another graph is that is typical sequence of payments events, and this is in class 4. So I'll just show you this graphics on my mobile to use so that you can understand something clearly. Although it takes only 1 minute, no problem. But I will show you something here. Maybe it's a small but useful. It's FIDIC construction. So this is your construction. FIDIC construction is just again. This is your page. And yes, this is your first one. And then this is your second one. I was telling later on. This third one. And that's all. Okay. Now, so this one fine. So I was going through what? I was going through this FIDIC. So let's move further on that. Start here. Yes, move further on that. So this we have shown now. Typical sequences are shown, all shown. You can download the file, see. We have discussed video, we have discussed, I discussed that. That's how I think contents, general contents are is also to remember. 21 clauses that we are talking of. 21 clauses, general conditions, and these are number one is general provisions, and number two is employer, number three is engineer, number four is contractor, number five is subcontractor, number six is staff and labor, number seven is plant materials and workmanship, number six is commencement delays and suspension, number nine is test and completion, number 10 is employers taking over, employers take over. And so it's test and completion, that's number 9, and number 8 was commencement, delay, and suspension. Number 7 is plants, I think I shifted it. 6 is staff and labor. 7th is plant material and workmanship. 8th is commencement, delay, and suspension. 9 is test and completion. 10 is employers taking over. 11 is defects after taking. Let me repeat this first 10 so that they will not come back again on that. Let's see. Again, I'm telling you, number 1 is employer. Sorry, number 1 is general conditions. General conditions number 1, which is important only, and then it is employer, then 3 is engineer, 4 is contractor, 5 is subcontractor, 6 is staff and labor, and it's given there. 7 is plant material and workmanship. 8th is then commencement, delays, and suspension, and 9 is test and completion. 10 is employers taking over, and 11 is defects notification. Sorry, defects after taking over. So defects taking over and defects after taking over. Then 12 is measurements and valuation. Then 13 is variation and adjustments. And 14 is after that is measurement and valuation, that's 12, and variation and adjustment, that is 13, and contract price and payment 14. Then it's termination by employer is 15, and suspension and termination by contractor is termination is 6, suspension termination by contractor is 16, and 15 is termination by employer. Then A17 is casting of sorry, Syria, SRC Syria. After that, if we go further, this is uh, this pair of works and indemnities, then exceptional events 18, and then insurance is 19, then employers and contractors claims 20, and then 21 is disputes and arbitration, and then appendix is general conditions of disputes, avoidance, adjudication, and then subclauses. So actually what we are talking of is general contracting now, which is number one, and there were so many clauses in which we learned. I just repeating titles of them for your refreshing memory. Otherwise, you may be confused. I'm sure none of us having your copy with you. So it's accepted. This is 111. I'm not speaking number, just titles I'm going to speak. Accepted contract amount, advance payment certificate, advance payment guarantee, base date, bill of quantities claim, commercial commencement date, compliance verification system, conditions of contract of three of these conditions, and contract and contract agreement, contract data, contract price, contractors documents, contractors equipment, contractors personnel, contractors representative cost plus profit, country, DAB or disputes avoidance, adjudication, and then we go to this is cost plus 118 is contracts representative, one sorry, cost plus work, DAB county, DAB defects notification period, delay, danger, and dispute. And drawings and drawings and drawings means drawings of works included in contract, and any additional and modified drawings issued by or behalf of employer in accordance with contract, employer's equipment, employer's personal, employer supplied material, engineer's representative, exceptional event, extension of IoT, FIDIC, and final payment certificate of PCN, final statement for the currency, general conditions, and so let's go further, and it's for this is final statement foreign currency and general conditions, goods, interim payments, joint venture undertaking, yes, key personal laws, and letter of acceptance, letter of business, letter of tender, and local currency, then materials, then eco eco this is, and month, this is, and no objection notice, not with dissatisfaction notice of dissatisfaction part, particular condition, parties payment certificate, and performance certificate, and performance security. Then for permanent works and plant program provisional sum, QM system retention money, review schedules and schedule of payments sections as and then you can say site. So, so many are the areas for your reference. I'm telling you schedules of payments, action sites, special provisions, then specification statement, subcontract taking over certificate temporary work standard, tests after completion and tests on completion and time for completion and unforeseen and variation works years and interpretation. Now this 1:2 interpolation means what interpretation is very important point. We explained to you, but now uh, it's important. I mean, repeat it. It's an important one. Importance. You cannot imagine that or you forget that. Let's see this part. Or everyone what it says interpretation because I really think they know something. They know something. After that, you can say interpolation is very important now. So let us say it says in contract, except where context requires otherwise. A words indicating one gender include all genders. You have to keep in mind when signing a contract. Not necessarily write Mrs. and Mr. So just write one, just write now. Words indicating one gender include all genders and he, his and himself shall be read as he oblique she, his oblique her and himself oblique herself respectively. This is one point. Then words indicating singular also include plural and words indicating plural also include singular. Then and it is provisions including words agree, agreed or agreement require agreement to be recorded in writing. Hmm. And then I can say provisions position including agreed agreement require agreement to be recorded in writing and provision provision then you can say provisions including word agree okay written or in writing written or in writing written or in writing means handwritten in let's say advice it is written or in writing meaning handwritten typewritten printed or electronically made and resulting and permanent record. So it's like that. May, when you say may means that party or person referred to has choice of whether to act or not to act in that matter referred to. Right? It's a privilege actually. Then it's can say kind of absolute right. May. Yes, no one can deny you that. It's my right. I use or I don't have to do it. You can't force me. All right. Shall. And say shall means target. So we say shall means consent. Consent. Consent means employer, contractors, employer, contractors, or engineer, as case may be, agree to or gives permission for requested matter. That is consent. Employer, contractor, or engineer, as case may be, agree to give permission for requested matter. Next is including. Including means include and includes shall be interpreted as not being limited to or qualified by stated items that follow. Then it is that include, and include shall be interpreted as not being limited or qualified by stated items of, and then words indicating persons or parties. Words indicating persons or parties shall be interpreted as referring to natural, referring to is natural, referring to natural or natural and legal person, natural and legal person, including corporations and other legal entities, and execute works, and execute works or execution of works means construction and completion of works, construction and completion of works, and remedying of defects, any defects, and shall be deemed to include design to extent, if any, specified in contract. So design is also a part of remedy if required. Then if any list, and if in any list in these conditions where second last item of the last, then after, if in any list of these conditions where second last item is very important, in any list in these conditions where second last item of list is followed by and and or or and oblique or. See, or and oblique or. Last item. Then all of these list item going before this item shall also be read as if they are followed by and or and or by since then all of list items going before this item shall also be read as if they are followed by and or and or as case may be. This marginal words and other headings shall not be taken into consideration in interpretation of these conditions. After that, now after this notice and communications, and then it is law and language, then priority of documents, and then contract agreements, then its assignment and care and supply of documents. Then I'll go further. That is a delayed drawings or instructions and employers' use of context of documents. Then it is contractors' use of employers' documents. And you go then you see joint and several liabilities, limitation of liabilities, then termination, contract termination we go. So what I was actually studying last is where I the last I don't exactly remember what I was last at. Compliance with law, confidentiality, contractors use of employee. I remember I did it. Confidentiality, I think you remember it. Compliance laws. I actually forget there was last time was. There was employer. I think, no, it's not that. Employers' personal and other contractors and employers' financial arrangements, site debts at the times, items of reference, engineer, and then engineer's duties and authority. You have done it. I think you have done his duty and authorities, and agent representative, delegation by engineer. So where I was, in fact, I forgot. Yeah. This was meetings and contractor, then program security, and then I think I'm reaching somewhere. This contract representative, this contract depart, the contracts documents, training, yes, training was there, cooperation was there. After that, you see, I have seen something. I don't know, setting out, yes, that is setting out. Setting out health and safety, yes, we are the health and safety. Quality management, I thought I remember. Use of site data, yes, it was there. And sufficiency is okay, unforeseeable physical conditions, then rights of and fatalities, and avoidance of interference, and access route, transfer of goods, and then contracts equipment, and protection of environment. Yes, this was done. Temporary utilities, progressive was also done. So security of site, contractors, operations. Archaeological and geological survey, subcontracting, nominated yes, or nominated was over, and staff and labor, I think we are somewhere there, staff and labor, but we will start with staff and labor, that's important now. I think I was there, if I'm not mistaken, with staff and labor, so okay, fine. So this is clause 6, and 6 is staff and labor, so there. We'll study this for just 15 20 minutes. How much time is there? Let us see. Let's see how much time we study here. Can we go on? Let's see how much time. So it's staff and labor. 6.1 Engagement of staff and labor. Okay, staff and labor. Engagement of staff and labor 6.1 except as otherwise stated in specification. Contractor shall make arrangements for engagement of all contractors' personnel and for their payment uh, accommodation, feeding, transport, and welfare. Means all facilities you have to provide for everybody, staff and labor, except as otherwise stated in specification. Contractors shall make arrangements for engagement of contractors' personnel and for their payment, accommodation, feeding, transport, and welfare. General. And then 6.2, this is rates of wages and conditions of labor. If we should not forget this international arrangement, this we can't discuss it other than this. This is international labor organization, and this is law. You are bound by that. Rates of wages and conditions of labor. Contractors shall pay rates of wages and observe conditions of labor which comply with all applicable laws and are not lower than those established for trade or industry where work is carried out. If no established rates or conditions are applicable, contractor shall pay rates of wages and observe conditions which are not lower than general level of wages and conditions observed locally by employers whose whose trade or industry is similar to that of contractor. So minimum wage is a must or industrial good practice. According to that, you have to pay. You cannot take excuse that this is not, or there should be agreement between two parties, workers and contractor, and that should be authentic agreement, not forced one. Because the sixth is recruitment of persons. Recruitment of persons. Contractors shall not recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from amongst employers' personnel. No employers means no owner's personnel shall be recruited by contractor because it amounts to something else. Neither employer nor engineer shall recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from amongst the contractor personnel. So there is a bar from both. Neither contractor nor employer nor engineer. No relation for recruitment, that's it. You bring yours, I bring mine. Then 6.4, labor laws. Contractors shall comply with all relevant labor laws. Contractors shall comply with all relevant labor laws applicable to contractors' personnel, including laws relating to their employment, including wages and working hours, health, safety, welfare, immigration immigration and emigration, and shall allow them all their legal rights. When we are saying immigration and emigration, this means international labor or overseas labor is also included in this. Contractors shall require contractors shall require contractors personnel to obey all applicable laws, including those concerning health and safety at work. Then 6.5 working hours. No work shall be carried out on site on locally recognized days of rest or outside normal working hours stated in contract data unless A. otherwise stated in contract, B. engineer gives consent, or C. work is unavoidable or necessary for protection of life or property or for safety of work, in which case contractors shall immediately give a notice to engineer with reasons and decision describing work required. This means whatever holidays, you have to provide them locally or what else, except permission is obtained. If you want them to deploy some people, if it is given in contract, this is holiday, you have to maintain that, or you have to take engineer's permission from work on site in those days, or if work is unavoidable, there is such concrete, some work is essential to start as complete, or life of protection of life, safety is involved, or a situation of property or safety of works, and its contracts shall immediately give notice to engineer with reasons and describing work required. Then after is facility for staff and labor. Facility that set sex staff of labor. Except as otherwise stated in specification, contractors shall provide and maintain all necessary accommodation and welfare facilities for contractors' personnel, and if such accommodation and facility are to be located on site, except where employer has given contractor prior permission, they shall be located within area identified in contract. If any such accommodation or facilities are found elsewhere within site, Contractors shall immediately remove them at contractor's risk and cost. Contractors shall also provide facilities for employers' personnel as stated in specification. And health and safety of personnel. It is 6.7. Health and safety of personnel. Now, in addition to requirements of subclass 4.8, health and safety obligations, contractors shall at times take all necessary precautions to maintain health and safety of contractors' personnel in collaboration with local health authority. Right? When you say health and safety research contractors shall at all times take all necessary precautions to maintain health and safety of contractor personnel in collaboration with local health authorities. Contractors shall ensure that medical staff, first aid facilities, sick bay, ambulance services, and any other medical services stated in the specifications are available at all times at site and at accommodation for contractors and employers personnel. Then you can say suitable, suitable arrangement. Okay, then you see medical staff. I said medical staff, first aid facilities, sick bay, ambulance services, and any other medical services stated in specifications are available at all times at site and at any accommodation for contractors and employers personnel. Then suitable arrangements are made for all necessary welfare and hygiene requirements and for prevention of epidemics. Contractors shall appoint a health and safety officer at site responsible for maintaining health, safety, and protection against accidents. This officer shall, number one, be qualified, experienced, and competent for this responsibility, and have authority to issue directives for purpose of maintaining health and safety of all personnel authorized to enter and or work on site and to make provisions and then over this they have authority to issue directives for purpose of maintaining health and safety of all personnel authorized to enter or work on site and to take protective measures to prevent accidents throughout extension of works contract control. Well, let's say no problem. Throughout execution of works, contract shall provide whatever is required by this person to exercise this responsibility and authority. Safety, after all, is responsibility for each and everybody We should not depend on the inspector, someone to move on site. It's duty of every person to be foreman here, etc. They should at least try to correct everybody. If, when you go on to outside, this is contract and superintendence. Contractor superintendents. Now actually something starts from here. Until now safety and all that. This is supervision actually starting now, which is very important. Supervision, because supervision is very important in a sense. It should be superintendents. From commencement until issue of performance certificate, contractor shall provide all necessary superintendents to plan, arrange, direct, and manage all science law. Well, now for commencement, superintendents means for commencement date till issue of performance certificate. Contractors shall provide all necessary superintendents to plan, arrange, direct, manage, inspect, test, and monitor execution of work. So this is very important here. You have to understand this. It's not one sentence, but it carries everything. What it says, commencement to performance certificate. Whatever happens, that is, you can say design, it says plan, which is design, site design or other than plan, and it says arrange. Arrange what? Everything. You have to arrange everything means human resources, material, and whatever is required, equipment, depending on schedule, and you have to arrange schedule, and you have to direct everybody, your person, your company person, your site person, your this adult ventures person, everything. And then after that, if you see that, if you understand that, you have to plan and you have to arrange, and you can say arrange and direct, manage. See, all words are there: direct and manage, and inspect, test, monitor whatever is executed on site. See, so many activities have been filled in this sentence. In class, that it covers almost everything. So, superintendence is that you have to be close, you have to be near, you have to be in middle path, you have to be distant and far distant. At every location, you should be there. This doesn't mean you be there, your subordinate be there, your delegate, your deputy may be there, your firm may be there, but you are there and sitting from distance to see what's happening. And this includes everything. And it says what? Now, if you analyze this further, superintendents superintendents shall be given by a sufficient number of persons. So that persons already have come. Sufficient number of persons then who are fluent in or have adequate knowledge of language of contract or communication on contract. Yes, communication is one part and contract is another part. Uh, with this some reference, this is English to contract, this is this one. This is it happens now because they are so interested in oil gases. Then you can say in the same combination of superintendents, you can say adequate knowledge of operations to be carried out. You can supervise only, you can only when you have adequate knowledge of that subject, that activity. So that's more important. Language is one part. I don't deny this. Language of communication is one part, but that is not exclusive part because that can be arranged. But knowledge of activity, knowledge of whatever you are doing, that's called who have adequate adequate knowledge of operations to be carried out, including methods and techniques. Method and techniques. Many, so that's what it says. Knowledge of activities, method statements or methods and techniques, and problem solutions, hazards likely to come to you, how to encounter them, and methods of preventing accidents. So accidents prevention and hazards, and these are part of safety. Where how to do this job is part of quality. So it's just quality first is one, then quality and safety, all three are combined in this. It's not clearly saying, but it's combined. And that's what satisfactory and safe execution of works. So first is that be fluent in language, which are going on contract English or Arabic or whatever, Hindi, wherever the contract depends on that means you have to know that. If you don't know that, some of your perhaps should know that. Because you have to talk to workers, you have to talk to foremen, you have to talk to consultants, you have to talk to your people, you have to talk to other people. And then if it's the international workforce, then you have to talk to everybody. Then again, knowledge, adequate knowledge of activity, all activities, expertise in that you must have. And you, what you qualify, like excellence. So these activities are combined in club one. Superintendence is actually thorough knowledge of contracts, simply speaking. Going in this one, complete knowledge of contract. A to Z, words by words, and interpretation of words. If you can do that, you are superintending officer of that project. You know everything about that. You know every part of that. You know technically, design wise, contract wise, specification wise, everything you can answer. That's what's required. If you are that, okay, you are fit for that. Otherwise, you are not fit for that. This is what this simple line statement says, means do not misunderstand these points. You simply think I work 8 hours, 10 hours and then sleep. No, you can't. No. Wow. Then you can say you're expert. I understand you have expertise something. You can argue with consultants. You can argue with everybody. You can point out, clashes from drawings and from specifications. You can raise questions. You can raise clarifications and conflicts, and you can inquire everything as required. This can lead to expediting acceleration of speed of contract because why I'm saying this is very important point. Although it's not given here, but it means that I've seen on contracts, many you can say clashes conflicts, non-clarities on drawings because no one drawing is sufficient to give all the details. So various drawings are available, various packages are available. You have to study them. You have to find from what architecture and structure levels are. Then how long their nose is. If you think they don't know, they don't. Understand? Lockdown, but when there's no lockdown, what to do? Then that type also similarly people if they want the jobs which they open. So we have to be very careful about that. Means I cannot simply say this is a drawing and do it. Just like everything, we have to be down. First, to go down and see what is there. Everything is secret in contracts. Why? There is no one person on designs. Every there are hundreds of drawings. There will be 50 hands on them. There will be action, editing, forget editing. Okay, issue will see later. It generally happens. Tomorrow's target date, deadline. Okay, issue we will see tomorrow. Where is the next time it comes from? Human tendency is same. This guy is on vacation. He prepared that. Okay, you release it. So what happens then? It is released, but actually not perfect. So you also assume that if you assume, say, superintending person assumes that this means what shall be executed incorrectly. Even if you do not do checking on that, you assume, but there's a person to check. Don't forget that person is quality person. That person engineer's representative. They will check it. They will inspect and review it. So you will be caught. This means you are forced to coordinate all ranks. It may be foundation rank, it will be superstructure rank. You have to ensure dimensions first of all. This is my architectural rank dimension. What my structure says, it should be same. Its overall total dimensions and internal dimensions should be same. Many times mistaken. And blindly rely on drawings also. You have to take time, sit on that and see what they're doing is right. That's why I say coordination is very important. And when you coordinate with the architectural and structural and services drawings, you will certainly find discrepancies in those drawings. Discrepancies is a must in an environment when many people work in a group because when many people are there, actually, truly speaking, they just shed responsibility to each other, and result is work cannot be constructed, or there is a lapse in constructability or buildability of work. That's what we call it. Your work should be constructible. It's not constructible due to absence of coordination. All drawings are not speaking to each other on same page. They are speaking in different directions. So what to do, guys? You guys know will decide. How can you decide? You are not responsible for design. You are not responsible for detailing, so you cannot decide. Yes, if you are a designer yourself, you can design. You can decide. What does it mean then? It means for every conflict or every ambiguity existing on many drawings, you have to write a query, technical query. You may call it technical query, you may call it site query or site technical query. You have to write in a brief format on same page. We give detail and drawings number, a reference number or specific number. This document says this and this document says this. We want to know what is correct one. You have to wait for that. Let answer come. And when answer comes, you have to read that again, what I actually is, what he has given this. Yes, in meanwhile, time passes, you will say, oh, no, you have understanding of this, they will give this happen. Okay, then we'll see. Interesting here. Thinking about this coordination issue and quality issue, which is very important. If you maintain quality on site, is very difficult actually. You have to read a lot of documents and topics, and then after that you take queries, and then you have to do that work, and you have to record all those changes on your scheme drawing or a project drawing. That is a tough job, and if every drawing changes, if you raise questions on every drawing, you import answers on every drawing. So it's an additional job, and so you may need some associate with you for that purpose, because that person is technical, must be technical. And that's what I say. It's not very easy. If suppose there are 200 drawings in structure, then there will be 200 queries. It's architectural drawings and structural drawings, and then services drawings. You can say specification may be varying of that way. You have to work in way. Otherwise, your superintendence will be zero, and then it will increase work of quality as well as other. And not only that, means you have to write statements. How you job writing statements also very technical job, and you can understand that the method sequence. It's not simply you write an essay. It's not that. Whatever is written on site, whatever you intend to do, that needs writing. That is very important. That points you have to cover on sites. If we cannot cover that on site, we cannot do that. It's not possible. So sequence of writing skill you must have. You must be complete technical person, and if you're not, then you must employ someone who can write for you. You have to explain. That person has to talk to the person who works on site engineer, or whoever is there, who shall do that job, to have a conversation with him, how just extract the intention how they want to do. And that should be, if you think right, that should be reflected on that statement, which is then approved by everybody, and that must be implemented. And that's called what to procedures, or what to specification. Procedure itself is agreed specification between two parties, not actually blank or general specification, but agreed customized specifications agreed by employers, representative, and contractors personnel. Both agree on something, and that is specified one. That's very important, and you then have to follow that, ignoring all other methods, because methods is not one, methods are different in every activity. That point you have to clearly understand. This is usual procedure in international affairs, or international management, or you can say international procedures. These are in, I think, here in our country, you've done and that. This is the thing we have done, so it's fine. Yes, you have done, it's fine, that's true, but other person wants to know how you have done. Documents, so to speak. You know you are a very good engineer, you know job, everything you know, but your job is not telling how you have done it. Only there should be some supporting documents, authentic supporting documents. That should mandate, yes, you did it, because how you have done is described on that. That statement management doesn't exist, because people do not believe in that. And if you don't believe in that, you cannot say that you are working quality management. You are not working quality management. This is also part of quality to document. Documented information must be there according to ISO 9015. Previously in 2000, it used to be document management. Now it's document information. Whatever you agreed for, you documented that, and you applied that. That application evidence speaks that you did it, and that is what high speech quality. If is every activity speaks for itself, are we done like that, and whole work is then you can say it's quality work. It's not quality control I'm talking of quality system. There's a system on your project. You devise that system according to requirements, and maybe you have to write 50 method statements possibly, if not less or not more, including from excavations to all activities and external works. These 50 statements, approved one and applied one, would first of all become dosier's part, and in future, everyone has an opportunity to penetrate through them, to extract them out, and go through for investigation purpose, some other purposes. Yes, it's done. Ah, these may also act as reference documents for other projects, new projects that you have. This is standard of working, and this is like the specifications, supportive specifications. We can reuse these documents, some amendments, and for other projects. So this would act as a property deal, your own property, your copyright property. Okay, I use that one. So use it. So that's what for students, for new engineers who are coming as interns, they can learn about that. And that's what's required. So my point of superintendent is completely different. It's not superintendent in one line as they explain. It should be functional. It should be technical, and one should know what's doing because it's a part of design, not structural design, management design. Management design speaks a lot, which cannot be suppressed actually. It's only technical person who knows that can do it. So that's my intention to explain that because it's complete superintendence means that, and we'll take up this decision later on also in future. Tomorrow I close it up. Because already uh, time is telling me to go. I'll take your leave now. Uh, Thank you all. Sometimes I think also the speech because I think it's not written in this document as well. Unfortunately, I cannot describe it fully, and no problem for that. Cannot describe ultimately. So I say, there's that. Thanks to everybody.